Oh my gosh, isn't this that's the button, isn't it? Yeah. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is February 15th, 2024, and we're gonna write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. Not sure it's going to recognize this one. This is my Expedition Everest hat that I got at Disney. You see there it says Expedition Leader on the brim. Kind of cool. I do like it because it's a unique design to have something actually painted. It's not stitched, but it's painted on the brim like this. I really do like that. Let me head over and bring on the chat room here. A bunch of folks already dialed up. Let's say hello. TMKDK, hello. Robert Steffen, good afternoon to you. Null Sheffa with the big wave there. Wise Otter with the resub. 8 months with us. Thank you so much for that. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. The Neo, hello with a big wave. How's it going there? Your little one keeps asking, where am I talking from? 3 years old. How you doing there? How you doing there, friend? I'm from Philadelphia on the East Coast of the United States. So it's about 9 o'clock my time. I just woke up maybe 2 hours ago. I'm still drinking a little bit of coffee here. Probably like you see Dad drinking. I hope you enjoy listening to what we're talking about. It's 3 p.m. where the Neo is. There you go. Out in Central European time. Central European, Eastern European time. Thereabouts, right? So, hey, friend, I hope you're having a great time listening and watching. We're going to be talking about some really cool stuff here that's going on around computers and stuff on the internet. 4 p.m. your time. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So, I spent some time over the past few nights tweaking, tuning, and really going after the last couple things that we had to get done for Tags app, so we can ship this thing. We can call it done. I feel pretty good about most of the things that are in there at this point. I think there's probably just a few. Well, I know there's one feature left that I really want to lock down and finish here live today, and then we will merge and ship this out for everybody to be able to download. So type datetime.now into chat. You're welcome, Robert. And I hope your young one there is doing well. So I'm gonna get some music playing here in the background. Let's go with the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist, and I'm gonna scroll somewhere down here. Let's start here. This is called TV Antenna. So this is music that's royalty free, DMCA free. Use it wherever you'd like out there on the internet. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for putting this music together that we're listening to today. We got a raid, TBD Gamer. Hello. Just as we're starting up here, welcome in, friends. How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Good morning. What were you working on over there on your channel? For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jeff Fritz. I'm a live coder. I'm a member of the Live Coder stream team. We write code live here on Twitch, answer questions, help folks out, provide a positive experience for folks. And I also happen to work for Microsoft. So thank you so much for the raid. A little bit, I am the Jeff, the one and only. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. A couple things happening this week. I want to make sure that we touch on those things that are going on in the world of .NET that folks have been a little vocal about. Folks are questioning, wondering that are going on in the .NET space that I want to make sure we talk about. There was particularly an entry, it's right at the top of the .NET Reddit. I want to make sure that we talk about that. So catching up here, Napalm, hello. We're going to be merging today, and I think you're going to be all set to go. We can talk about the Rust issue. Let's, I can get that one in here as well. Because somebody did ask that question a couple days ago, and I did not have a chance to answer that. That's from 3 months ago. It was from like, there we go. Grab that. And yeah, folks kind of melted down about that. So I'll tell you what, we'll start with that. And yeah, we'll kind of wander down the list here of things that have happened, and then we'll dive into writing some code. Dogs are crossing their legs. Oh, have a good one. Good luck. No longer having to restart Visual Studio when installing extensions. Yeah, that's a big update. Exactly, Robert. Yeah, let's start there and talk about this. Because yeah, folks kind of melted down on this. They're like, I don't get it. Why? Microsoft is hiring a new team, hiring for a new team responsible for migrating C# code to Rust on Microsoft 365. And there's a job link to it on the careers website. You can go to careers.microsoft.com at any time, and you can see what jobs Microsoft is hiring for. I'm going to put on my gunners real quick before I get into reading this. I'm going to use the World of Warcraft Horde glasses today. There we go. This is for a principal software architect level coming in to work on the Microsoft 360 M365 stuff. So this is stuff like Teams and Office. And what they're doing, they're looking to hire folks to come in and migrate the APIs and server-side features for scaling some of their platform services. Pure and simple. There are different tools that are really good for different things. And C# and .NET makes you very productive in many different verticals and gives you a very good background of support. If you invest the time, you can make it very, very fast, very, very performant. But there comes a time where it makes sense to build lower level code. Not every game is written with C#. Not every website is written with C#. It's really fast and really capable. It makes you very productive for those. Building with C++ and lower level languages are things that you may want to optimize and do so that you can take more control over how your application is managed and run and built. There's some documentation, there's some notes here that says no, I don't see it here. That says when you hire somebody who is a lower level developer, you need roughly twice as many of those folks as you do .NET or Java or JavaScript developers, because you need to do the quality assurance work and validation, because you're taking so much control over the running processes. So even if JIT is performant, a GC runtime still has significant memory over it. It does. It does. And there's ways to optimize that. But if you want to use a lower level language, you can really pack those in. And here's the thing. Microsoft has the resources to throw developers at a problem that they want to optimize. So If they want to optimize and tweak and tune and make this run faster, better, they can. Are they going to rebuild Bing so it's written with C++ or Rust? No. No. No, Call of Duty is not C#, it's C++. We've shown demos of that. Gears of War as well. We've shown demos of debugging those with Visual Studio. Because they do. The servers for Diablo, we've shown demos of debugging those with Visual Studio. So the point is, use the tool that is optimized for what you need. And they're at a point where they want to optimize and take next steps, and they're going to invest those resources to rebuild in a lower level language. They didn't choose C++, they wanted something a little bit safer, so they chose Rust. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not Microsoft saying we're not using .NET ever again. It's they need to evolve things. And most folks don't need to squeeze that level of performance and put that level of coding in. You're never going to be as productive in Rust or Go or C++, those lower level languages, as you are in a higher level language like C#, Java, Ruby, Python, JavaScript. You're giving up full control over the processor and memory in exchange for more productivity. But when you do need to take full control over it, sure, why not? The fact of the matter is, Microsoft is a giant software company. There's more than 150,000 developers, employees at Microsoft, and lots of them are developers. And they build hundreds, thousands of applications. And different applications have different requirements and different resource needs. And we're going to make sure that those folks have the tools they need to be successful. And it's not all going to be the same tool set. It's not all going to be the same language. Fortunately, Microsoft has invested to build an internal developer tools team that also sells those tools to the public. So, you'd be very unhappy if Microsoft used only their tools and languages, says the lanky Scottish nerd. This would keep them misinformed within the tech space, and they would then be going against the same advice they give us. Use the correct tool. Exactly, lanky Scottish nerd. And to that point, a number of the folks on the language design team, they've been coding with Swift and Rust and Go and investigating all kinds of different languages and things because it's their job to understand what folks like in programming languages, what folks want, and to build those appropriately and to take those influences and bring them into the languages Microsoft manages if, in fact, it's going to be beneficial. I love it too, Aor Aries. Yes. Hey, Ranzor, you'd be surprised if there wasn't at least one application built with Java. Oh, there's lots of applications built with Java at Microsoft. Minecraft, yep, that's right. Beyond here lies nothing. Minecraft is there. So there's several versions of Minecraft. There's a version built with C++. There was a version. I don't know how public that is. Of course, we know about the Java version. There is a version that's built with C++ as well. That's the Bedrock version that's out there. So, even though you're an F# enjoyer, you don't know where everyone is so stuck up on discriminated unions. Fuel Snable, kind of pointing at this. So, .NET 9, the first preview went out Tuesday afternoon. We had just wrapped up stream when it happened. And there's a new approach that we're taking as a .NET team to publishing and talking about the new features. We had been publishing for several years, and I was one of the authors of them, blog posts that every time there's a preview release kind of summarized what's in the release, and they turned into release notes. And publishing release notes as blog posts was something that, quite frankly, the less technical folks didn't really care about. And they didn't have value on the blog after the next version was released. Like, who's going back and reading the .NET 8 Preview 1 blog post? Nobody. So let's move them to discussions and interactions on GitHub. And let's put blog posts up that actually talk about the features as they're ready to go. And that's the direction that we're going in how we communicate things. And you can see click-throughs here on this blog post, and I'll share the link to that blog post called Our Vision for .NET 9, where it talks about the big pillars of this, right? Now, when Microsoft plans a new version of .NET in this case, there's pillars and stories that we want to tell. We want to be a great platform for cloud native developers, folks that are building applications that are going to run on cloud services and can run abstractly without having to know what disk and network and those things are. We want great tools for cloud native developers. So we've put in frameworks and things to make it great and easy to build applications that run on Azure or out on various cloud services. Well, we want to make sure that you have great tools to go with that. We also want to give you, there's a lot of talk and a big focus across the entire company about artificial intelligence. Of course, we want to make sure that you have great tools in .NET to work with artificial intelligence resources. And we've got a backlog of features that we're going to go through and we're going to address as well. Features, requirements, bug fixes that are going to be tackled. And this is something that you'll see pretty much always as part of what's going on. But these three pillars, platform for cloud native development, tools for cloud native development, and .NET and artificial intelligence are where we're focusing. Those are the stories and the things that we're building and doing support those three pillars. There's folks out there saying, well, you're not telling me the exact features, capabilities that you're addressing, and there's these things down here that I really like that you're not doing. A little bit of research on each one of these clearly indicates that the author of this is a troll who knows that the team's actually been investing a lot of time on designing and building these things, and they aren't ready to deliver them yet. Some of these things the team's been working on for 4 or 5 years, and they're not. When modifications to a programming language are made, there is no going back. There is no reset button. There is no, oops, I'm going to reset that and remove and put it back in. It needs to be right the first time because you cannot change it once it's been added. So how do we do that and still provide backwards compatibility and forwards compatibility for the next version? So when you go through and read this article, there are people that are really upset about discriminated unions. Oh gosh, I've been waiting 20 years for discriminated unions. Discriminated unions hasn't been a thing for 20 years. I've been vocal about my thoughts of discriminated unions on this stream. I don't like the feature. I think it betrays the strong type nature of the C# language. I understand why folks want it. I don't like the dynamic language feature in C# either. But I understand why folks like it. The fact that I like it or don't like it doesn't mean that it's not a valid feature for the language. I don't like how folks out there are literally saying, I can't use C# if it doesn't have this feature. Because they're full of nonsense. It's never going to be just, oh, we added this feature. Oh, then I'm going to convert and write everything in C#. That's never a reality. if this feature that this person is complaining about, discriminated unions, is added, then they might consider a future project to run on there because now it has a feature they've been complaining isn't there. The reality is this person probably is never going to use it because they're convinced and often using another language. It's going to be somebody in the future that says, oh, hey, that's a cool feature that I can use in this language. Adding a feature like this is not a switch opportunity. Somebody complaining and being very vocal, and where is it? There was somebody who was saying on this blog post, 22 years without discriminated unions. This person is full of garbage. Nonsense. And yes, I am not swearing on purpose, because when I did first read this, I lost my lid on this. These people are literally out there trying to create. They're trying to create drama. Do you really think that person who's been coding for 20 years without it, do you really think if they added it tomorrow, if that was part of the language feature tomorrow, that suddenly this person, Malthus was wrong, would start coding with C#? No. This is not a switch feature. These are people who are looking for something to complain about a very popular language, a very successful language that they don't like. That's the story there. And that's why, quite frankly, comments like this, when the team sees this, they don't care. Because they know that they're never going to use the language. If they add that. And there's ways to work around that, and there's shims that folks have built that enable this feature, that the fact that these people are complaining about it is nonsense. Going back, improved support for creating domain-specific languages that are compiled by Roslyn would be a big help. There's no request for that out there. There isn't. This person is, in my opinion, making this up. Eliminate Maui's legacy XAML, replace it with correct syntax targeting WinUI 3. That's not happening. That's not happening. That's a very opinionated thing that this person is talking about. And no, that would not go a long way toward growing real usage of .NET. They don't know how many millions of people use .NET. How many billions of applications are out there that use .NET? When you run .NET, when you run Visual Studio, there's a request to log some metrics, some statistics about your usage. We know how many people use it. This post is a troll who isn't going to use .NET, who doesn't want to use .NET, but wants to troll and bully. That's what's going on there. We're going to talk about this one in just a second. Let me catch up on chat over here. How you doing there, Alu the Crow? Good to see you. Yeah, I agree. I don't understand why everybody's stuck on it. So, Bedrock Minecraft leaves you a bit sad since developing mods for it don't really exist. Agreed, Alu. Agreed. Got the coffee going. I'm feeling good here. Jedi Magaman says, and here I was worried they'd skip version 9 and go straight to 10. No. The .NET team is a little bit more pragmatic than that. Yeah. Fuel Snable says, also I make a difference between, I differentiate, I guess, between .NET and languages that run on top of them. Yes. Totally agree. .NET as a platform is a very broad topic because you have languages, tools, runtimes, and user interface frameworks. That's a lot. To say, here's the pillars of what we're doing for the next version isn't giving you specific details about anything. And if you want to dig in further, you can find all of those issues over on the GitHub. How you doing there, Noir Supernova? Hello, hello. That's right. Dynamic will never be removed from C#. Yep. How's it going there, Lemon Sauce? Lemon Sauce says, real talk. Totally. Totally. It's not a reality for any language to remove features. Yes. Let's not forget the great Python 2 to Python 3 migration. Right? Like, Guido's on the language design team. Guido van Rossum, the language designer for Python, works on the language design team at Microsoft. He's got a little bit of experience to share with the team. It's like 18 years longer than the discriminated union discourse. Exactly. These people are trolling. The Neo asks why Maui on Windows does not take advantage of Mica Fluent Design. You can use... excuse me. You can use Fluent Design. There are Fluent components that you can use with it. It's optional. Like all things, the .NET team does not specify what user interface design language you want to use. You have that flexibility. That's your choice, which is a pretty good thing. The Windows team learned from their mistake of forcing the Metro design on folks with Windows 8. Like, yeah. Nobody liked that. And it led to the downfall of Windows 8. So they're not going to force a design language on or framework on developers. How you doing there, Mefurious? Hello, first-time chatter joining us. Welcome. Discriminated unions, why doesn't that fella just code it up? Well, that's just it. You're right. There are a couple of NuGet packages out there that will give you that capability. You're totally right. Ransor asks, what would be a good use case for discriminated unions in C#.net? The one of the things that I see folks talking about is instead of returning a generic type from a method, be able to return in if this or that type of return scenario. I argue you could have a generic of type some interface, right? The generic is required to implement an interface, and your potential types that could be returned implement that interface. And it could even be a marker interface that doesn't have any properties or methods. Like, you can do that. And then if you have full control over the usage of that interface, then it's clear what can and cannot be returned. But you don't have that explicit strong typing of exactly what comes out. So, how you doing there, NetSpy? What's up? We're going to be doing some Blazor here in a little bit, but I've been enjoying starting the stream talking about some of the hot topics that are on Reddit for not just .NET, but for the tech community. A prominent library that uses dynamic, the CSV helper. Okay.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
No, that's not the right. No, it's not the Cortana. Wrong. CSV helper uses it. Well, I can tell you one that uses dynamic that's very popular. MVC. The view bag component inside is it view bag? Controllers use dynamic, and when they hand off the model object to a view, dynamic. So it's built into ASP.NET. NetSpy says just use F# for domain logic, where you can use union for modeling. Yeah, sure. That's fine too, right? And that's kind of the benefit of using .NET as a runtime. Pick and choose and mix and match the languages that you want. You want to use F# for your domain logic and modeling logic? Go for it. You want to use Visual Basic to help build a Windows Forms application? Go for it. You want to use C# for building a Blazor application that's going to run in the cloud and consume all of that and make those APIs available that the Windows Forms application is going to use? Go for it. Lots of options for you. Great flexibility there. You just discovered the result pattern? Yeah. Do those libraries work like those types do in other languages? Like the size would be the largest child type? Don't know. Don't know, L Razor. I don't think it knows this hat. It's really hard to identify because of the different patches on it. Generics way does make sense to you currently? Right! Like, you can do that. However, folks can kind of sneak in their own types. But if you don't know which type it is coming back, you're going to do some sort of a switch. Result is type A, result is type B, and act appropriately. Like, you can do that. You can do that with generics also. So, no, I don't think it's an argument for discriminated unions. No. Yeah, the bot does want me to put on the Cortana hat. You ban hammer merge requests that use viewback. Okay. Have I been to my PO box lately? No, I haven't. I can go out there. My challenge right now is I'm down a vehicle at the house. The older daughter has taken her car back to college, so not quite there. But I do need to get to the PO box. I was last there, yeah, right at the end of January. So I can make a visit over there. Fine, let's switch hats to a hat that it'll recognize. We'll go with the Flyers Stadium Series hat. The last Stadium Series game they had, when they were playing against Pittsburgh, they're playing, is it this weekend or next weekend? In New Jersey against the Devils.
And knowing is half the
That's
battle.
not the right hat either, and I was kind of looking away when I took the picture. Because I knew.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the
Flyer
battle.
Stadium Series hat. And I should, right? It's got a Stadium Series logo here on the side. I need to update more of these. I also got to notice that we need to update the Q&A bot as well. No, oh gosh, don't use session storage. Don't do that. Hey, Amal, good to see you over there on YouTube. Hello. There we go. Flyers, it burns. Sorry. All right. So the other one that I wanted to talk about, because we're going to dip into this probably next week, because we're coming up on March here quickly. For those of you that don't know, I have various theme months scattered throughout the year. In January, we did all of our coding on an ARM-based device. Coming up in March, February doesn't have a theme. May is for Macs. October, we do Ubuntu. April, we're probably going to do AI again. We're probably going to do AI in April. But March is minimal March. We're going to be doing .NET coding at the command line all month long. No editors. No Visual Studio Code editors. We'll be using Vim. And coding at the command line and showing you that you can have a great experience. We're going to use a Raspberry Pi. We're going to use a Linux machine. We're going to have and we'll do some on Windows as well. We're going to have a great time building at the command line. Unproductive. It's a challenge, is what it is. Going to code everything by voice. I need to try that at some point. I do need to try that, Marcus. So, I want to talk about Aspire. The new Aspire release is out. So these are preview releases. Preview 3 is now available. And they've been iterating on Aspire very, very quickly. Somebody asked a question on Mastodon yesterday. Let me bring that question up, because it kind of touched home that sometimes folks don't really know what this is. And I'll go over here. No. Right here. This one from Daz Fuller. I keep looking at .NET Aspire, and I still can't figure out why I'd use it. If I'm writing software that targets Azure, I know how to deploy and configure services. I guess I'm not the target audience. You're kind of missing the point here. What's going on and why Aspire is so compelling, so interesting, is that it makes it easier to pull together those various features that you want in your application and build and work with it locally. So when you're building for the cloud, you have to configure, here's how I communicate between these various services. Here's where my storage service is located, and a location name for that, and you're going to pass it in from a configuration file somewhere. And here's where my cache services are located, and here's where my database is located, and so on and so forth. And building and working with all that is a configuration nightmare, because you need to maintain all of that configuration and make sure that it communicates properly across all of your services that you're building and running locally. And when you package and deploy, you need to get that all lined up and connected and communicating properly so that they all have the same destination. It is like a service mesh there, Razor. Yes. So what Aspire lets you do is put together configuration in one location. And why configure it with YAML where it's a declarative bit of markup when instead you can use a programming language? Then you can do programming language things, if and then, and loading and interacting with different things and adding features and expanding the capabilities of how you configure things, because it's a real programming language. So that's what Aspire lets you do. If you've got multiple microservices and they all need to communicate to different databases and communicate back to the same service bus, and you need a front end that knows how to interact with that service bus, you can put all of that configuration in one location, and it gets fanned out and delivered appropriately into all of those applications. And while it's .NET Aspire, it's not for just .NET. Load up your favorite Python application, JavaScript application, and pass and work with those. Load up your favorite containers and have a really, really cool management experience. And when you're ready to deploy to production, it's one command at the command line. AZD up, boom, it's on Azure. Like, now we're talking. So Scott's actual is tapping onto the next feature here that we really like about this Razor is there's a dashboard and tracing mechanism that's built in that takes advantage of open telemetry so that you can have an awesome experience tracing, working with, and interacting with your application as a developer locally. As a developer locally, if you have a distributed application, it's really hard to trace and work through those things. How do you do that? Where do you find things? You're gonna buy and get involved with some distributed application service that runs on top of Azure, Google, AWS, so that you can diagnose what's going on and get some logging and diagnostics. It's built in now. We like that. We like that a lot. You can still use those services and take advantage of the open telemetry logging and interactions. It's really, really good stuff there. So, we're really excited about what this can do. So, new features that were added as part of this. The app, the dashboard is now independent of app host, so you can put the dashboard into new places if you want. There was improvements to accessibility, improvements to localization. There's a new resource details view, and there's improvements to telemetry. new components that are now available you can use with Aspire. And this is only Preview 3. It's not technically production ready, but it's open source and we're getting feedback and building towards it. Azure OpenAI components, Apache Kafka, Oracle, MySQL, Cosmos DB hosting support were updated. Redis now has logging. Changed some of the definitions for the app model. There's extensions so you can add Redis Commander and Postgres Admin, PG Admin. You want to be able to manage and see your database? You don't need to load up some other tool. It's all in the box with Aspire. How cool is that? The goal is to make this easy for you to clone a GitHub repository and say .NET run inside the Aspire project, and the entire project just works. Great dashboard, the ability to browse and interact with the database using the tools that you know and love. Like, that's great stuff. Will it ever be? So Aspire is supposed to be released this spring. So it's getting there. So they're out there and you can take a look and work with it. So, but will it have production support later this spring? They're building and working with it. Razor says it's that I claim it's using open telemetry and it's for distributed systems. So is this going to subsume Prometheus, Grafana, or is this dashboard going to use those? Great questions. Comes with a simple dashboard in the box that's built with Blazor, and heck, let's just. I have an older version of Aspire project. I think it's like Preview 2, I think, that we can load up here. Actually, I might be able to do a Preview 3. I don't know if I have it configured. Sure, create new project. Come on. This shouldn't be taking this long. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, updates for Orleans as well. .NET Aspire starter application. I hate that it does that. Yeah, Aspire app 3, that's fine. .NET 8, sure, go. Use Redis for caching. What's the dog doing? Meow. So I expect more content will come into this README. So if we take a look at Solution Explorer, you son of a gun. Right, my entire application is configured with a couple lines of code. Distributed application create builder, we're going to add a Redis cache. We're going to define an API service. Here's what that project is called. Aspire 3 API service, there it is. It's grabbing that because it's a project in this solution. It knows how to reference it. There's ways to do that with other types of applications. And we're just going to call that API service. We're going to add a project, the Aspire 3 Web, and we're going to call that Web Front End. It's down here, Aspire 3 Web. We're going to notify it. We're going to teach it how to work with the cache in the API service. Is this on Preview 3? Yeah, it is. Good. So I have just a web project down here, and it's the typical weather project, weather demo built in with Blazor. But if you take a look at how the program is configured, so it has a reference to the service defaults that Aspire is going to create and make shareable for us. It has a reference to the Aspire Redis output caching capabilities, because in the program here, it adds the service defaults from Aspire and it adds the Redis output cache. So the weather page here says, hey, output cache for 5 seconds. So that's going to use Redis to output that. The API service up here doesn't know anything about Aspire. Runs it. It has the service defaults, but that's about it. The weather service over here knows how to say get weather. And inside of this class, it's using an HTTP client to go get weather. Well, that HTTP client, let me put a carriage return in here so you can see it. And this is where the distributed application capabilities start to shine. It's just going to API service. That name, that API service, is defined right here. API service. When that gets changed, when it gets deployed, this code over here still works the same way. It'll get redirected to the appropriate capability, to the appropriate place. So I can launch this Aspire app. It'll give me the dashboard to start here. It'll start the two projects. It'll start a Redis container. And we'll be able to see what's going on, right? And I'm not going to dive down into all the capabilities here. We're going to be building content to show and demonstrate and make it a little bit more interesting for folks. So distributed application starting. Here it comes. So where's my dashboard? There it is. So there's my dashboard. There's a container running called cache. It's still starting, but it's Redis. I'll zoom in a little bit there. The API service is hanging out there, and it's got an endpoint available, and there's a web front end out there. You see the cache finished running, and it's updated appropriately. And my web front end. So if I click into the web front end, there's my typical hello world, and there's the weather API. And if I refresh, I'm getting output cached, and now I get a new version. If I continue refreshing, I get the same output cache content, and now I get a new version after a few seconds. The content is sitting here in the Redis cache. And I can view and see there's the container, how it was configured, how it's running down here at the bottom. Right? So there's distributed logs that are captured and available for me. I can look at the web front end, see all the requests. I can look at the traces. How did those things actually run? Well, right here, it actually hit the API service. And what did that look like? And I can see the entire interaction. I can view the details of exactly what was sent back and forth. I'm zoomed in a bit here. So I can actually take a look at the entire thing going on. I can look at the metrics. What's going on with my API service? How are the request durations? There you go. I can see graphs, live updating graphs in a dashboard that comes in the box with Aspire. There was a thing here about adding, where'd it go? Now has logging. Redis Commander. Can we light up Redis Commander? How do we do that? Right? Can I say... well, there's add Redis. Is there a... with endpoints, with Redis Commander. I'm just going to save that. Code changes. And you can see it's rebuilding. There's a little doodad in the corner there. I don't know if it actually... Did it actually update and push all the things out there? Let me go back to resources. Unable to connect. Connection failed. Yeah, right. Restart. I updated the host there. Let's see what happens. I haven't tried this yet. Let me see what happens in here. Your team's been working on supporting backend necessary getting data to and from Apple Vision Pro. Neat. There we go. Cache Commander. this should finish updating, and it says it's running. There we go. So that's running. And there's Cache Commander. I'm sorry, called Cache Commander for Redis. And now I'm in looking at the Redis cache. And I can see what's going on here. I'm not familiar with this tool. Show me the keys that are out there, man. Refresh. How do I see the keys that are currently in there? Yeah, I'm not familiar with it, but you can also add like the various like I said, PG admin and stuff. So, oh, that's very cool, Napalm. Can I show the Razor template? What about it? How do you get into the field to become a software developer? Learn the languages that you're interested in. Learn the tools. Some folks will get a degree or a certificate, and build some things to practice and learn your craft. Learn what feels good, and apply for that first junior developer job. How do you style those Razor templates? I don't think we have documentation for these templates yet. For the weather over here, Razor is just a mashup of HTML. There's some components, some directives that we have, and a little bit of C# down here at the bottom. So you can style these however you'd like, right? By using standard CSS, right? Font weight bold. Right, I saved that. There it goes. So it hot reloaded and updated there. So boom, like you can do it. There's nothing unique to do that stuff. Exactly. Nixon ins. DI for services. Not just for services, but for sharing configuration about one service to many other services without having to do the copy, paste, and deploy everywhere. Nobody wants to do that. So, the export keys drop down. Refresh and expand, no. Sure. No, I wanted, right, give me a way to, isn't there a way to actually see the content here? No. I'm not going to go through and try to learn Redis here. Learn how to use this tool live on stream. Yeah, no. How important do I think a cover letter is on applications? If you're sending an application, I think it's pretty important. And a cover letter can be as simple as an introductory email, right? So, but to introduce yourself and explain why you're applying, I think is okay. But I haven't really had to go through that process of cover letters in a long while. Folks kind of know who I am. So, but I don't pay attention. Yeah, Jeremy, I don't pay attention to cover letters unless it's somebody who's applying for a job that was posted and I don't have an intake mechanism for them. Use a cover letter as a link between job advert and CV. Yeah, that makes sense, Surly. Yep. But most folks have some sort of application system that you're just filling out and sending. Here's your CV, here's your resume. And there might be a comment area for you to introduce yourself. I've got a block of text that I'll put in there that it introduces myself and gives a little bit of my background. but yeah, most folks don't read them. So, all right, so that's the nickel tour of new things coming to Aspire and why you should be interested in Aspire. Honestly, I think we're going to get to a point where a lot of the Aspire features for cloud development you're going to want regardless of whether you're doing cloud development or not, because of being able to manage configuration, be able to build and bring in containers, be able to interact with the metrics and logging. Like, we want to put that in Tags app. Tags app doesn't have microservices it uses yet, but to be able to configure and run the Postgres database as well as the website in one configuration is pretty good. NetSpy asks, what would be the advantage of Redis for quick in-memory access than just plain concurrent dictionary? Yep, that's right. Not just plain in-memory access, but also distributed in-memory access. As soon as you add a second server to the mix, that in-memory dictionary doesn't work. By using Redis as a distributed cache, all of your servers can then serve and deliver that same cached output material, that same pre-calculated data. It becomes a lot easier to manage that. We did that extensively with ClipTalk because there were things that we pre-calculated tossed over into Redis cache, and then we never had to query the database. Oh, you want to look at the top list of so-and-so? Well, you know what? It's one key sitting in Redis, and it takes me 10 milliseconds to fetch it. Here it is as a JSON document, transform, painted on screen. Done. You can scale Redis very, very easily. Yeah. You'll have to look into it more and be interested in how much of the work requires someone at Microsoft versus third-party plugins. So what you're going to see with Aspire is Aspire is very opinionated. The team is supporting and allowing everybody to contribute and bring in features, capabilities for it. There's 357 issues out, 367. It's completely open source. There are folks contributing and sending things into this. There's an AWS export for this. There's a Kubernetes tool that goes with this. The team is going to bless, if you will, right? And libraries, plugins that work with Aspire that folks can distribute and use reliably in their applications. So it's growing. Look, RabbitMQ, folks are getting RabbitMQ up and running in here. SQL Server, of course, is in there, so you can run SQL Server. So it's coming. It's coming. Folks are building a ton with it. It is similar to Terraform, but this is something that the developer controls and allows the developer to have a complete local development environment without having to manage all of those scripts. Is there an estimate on when Aspire is going to be live, not just in preview? So I think there's two questions that we're looking for answers to on that. Is it LCOB32? Welcome. First is, when is it in an RC mode and it has production support? We don't have a clear message on that yet. The team's been very clear that they expect to deliver a RTM version of Aspire. Aspire version 1. It might be labeled version 8, so it lines up with .NET and marches with the .NET version numbers. But the first public release of Aspire, they are targeting for spring, Northern Hemisphere, spring 2024. This year, in the next few months. Gosh, there might be an event or something coming up that the team would want to announce that out. You're looking for LTS? Not clear what the this is still very early previews. I mean, we're on version 0 preview 3. Support definition and the release schedule still to come. And I'm sure there will be announcements, blog posts about those. Yeah, right. It's for something for developers to tinker with and use to help manage distributed applications on their workstations. Terrific. There's no impact to do that on locally. You're going to be just fine working with and doing that. Publishing and using in production, yeah, and getting full support. We'll see. We'll see. Some folks are doing that, and they know they have to track with the latest versions of things as it grows, and that's a risk that they're okay with taking. That's development and management that they're okay with, and that's okay. Space Shot is here.
Space Shot just resubscribed for 55 months.
55 months. Thank you so much at tier 2, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Make sure you check out, why don't you drop a link there, Chris? Good to see you. Chris and Rich have been working on the Developer Talk Show. They've been working on a dev container for TagsApp. That's been very cool to watch, grow, and develop. They're almost ready to merge in with us. Do you want to drop a link there, Chris, for the stream so you can check out and see how another part of the application we're working on here is being built and how it grows. El Cabo has a very small development team, so you need to make sure you can support it mostly on your own. Totally get it. And honestly, that's why a lot of folks want to wait for an LTS, right? So that you can hand it off and let Microsoft support it. So, there we go. There's the last episode from over on YouTube. And you got it working. Nice. Possible to work on TagsApp in the Crowbot ecosystem. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. So, and Space Shot, we're going to merge the Blazor stuff over, which should get you a good point to draw a line and say, okay, here it is working. So, all right. So that's what's going on with Aspire. That's what's going on with the latest .NET stuff. Let's head over to TagsApp. This is the project we've been working on here on stream. You'll rebuild on top of that. Yeah, you've been graciously very independent of that work. Really cool stuff that you've been doing with Rich over there. There you go. TagsApp is an application that makes it easy to aggregate content from multiple social media networks. We ran our first test of this with the NFL kickoff game way back in September. We were able to handle the load of watching the Detroit versus Kansas City hashtag across Twitter and Mastodon, bringing in thousands of messages and allowing them to all display on the TagsApp user interface. It's great for events, great for live streams, also to allow you to search and see what's going on out on social media. But it also has an overlay display. This is an older one here. There's a better look to this that will give you, here's the text of the message, and here's the preview image that went along with that, so that you can embed this inside of a live stream or an event live event you're doing, so that you can call out, here's exactly what's being talked about. Really, really impressive how that stuff works. Current message support things here. Supported services, Blazor App, Mastodon, Twitter, X, Twitch chat, YouTube, and custom message delivery. So that's a feature that we're going to migrate over from .NET Conf. We had a text box on the front of the .NET Conf website. You could ask questions there, and they would appear on the screen over here. I did get that fixed, UNESCO. So, and I'll show you, I got that fixed yesterday. So we've been doing Blazor migration. We want to get this working in Blazor because one of the things that we want to do is not just run this as a website, but drop the entire application into a native application. Take all those Blazor user interfaces, drop it into a native application, and allow folks to run locally with the SQLite database and have the rich interactions here. We worked on blocked users last time, making sure that users who are blocked, hey, I don't want to see messages from these folks, they're a troll, they appropriately get blocked. You got it, Alu. We're going to use .NET MAUI, we're going to use Blazor Hybrid to make this work. Our friend Maddie Montequilla, one of the program managers from the .NET MAUI team, is very excited to see that work because she'd like to be able to do moderation from her tablet using a MAUI app. Yes, that's actually a third type of application we're going to be building. So, you know, Blazor is decent WASM support. Yes, it does. So, and we're going to get into that. Maybe late today. We'll see. That reminds me. Let me check my calendar. Let me check the calendar, make sure I got my time set up right. We are broadcasting live on YouTube and Twitch. How you doing there, friends on YouTube? Hello, hello. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? I need to just double check the schedule for today. I have a hard stop at 1 Eastern. Yes, I know. That was from the other day. Thank you. So, okay. So let's see. Pause button. We got the pause button working. Azure Content Safety is properly working. I got the overlays all working and presenting. I got the preview images working. Again, we'll look at that. Filters on the moderation page, that's all working. I just put in the JavaScript confirm button here. So if something has been moderated and rejected by somebody and somebody else comes in and says, no, I approve that, I'd like that message to appear, there's a confirmation window that comes up and says, hey, this was previously rejected. Are you sure? Yes, and it has. What's the best way to read an access file? I haven't thought about access in a long time. I don't know, Jeremy. I'd have to dig for that. That's a good question. Messages formatted with emotes in HTML. We did that last time here on stream. And the unit tests all run properly. Last thing to do is keyboard navigation. Let me get this running locally. And we will dive into this. I'm using Windows Terminal here. I'll split my terminal and down on this half. I'll work on in Git in the bottom half here and up top. I'll run the application with a .NET Watch so that we can see and follow any log messages we need to. So, and there were questions about how do we style things, how do we interact, how do we do some interop. Blazor has really good WASM support. It's the WASM support has gotten significantly better, so much so that you won't notice it downloading. That's a bold claim, but trust me. Does Access even exist? It does, Sinfire. Yeah. It does. There are diehard folks that use it. So here we go. This is the front door for Tags app. We should put something on the homepage at some point. We should. I'm going to open the moderation page, and we're going to see moderation content coming in from Mastodon and from Twitch chat, including your messages as you key them in to chat, like that one. Hey, Ned Bog, I'm actually going to mark that, approve that, so we can take a look at that. I'll go to the waterfall view over here, so we can see those messages appearing. So, darn it. For some reason, the preview images don't appear right away, but there you go. I'll come back to that message. Your dad still uses Access? Ugh. So, see, that message didn't come through with a preview. Yeah. For some reason, the preview images don't appear right away. Over here. That one didn't work there. There's some of them coming in from, there you go, from Mastodon. I'll start over here. Let me go to Ned Bog's message. Ta-da. Is SSR the next best thing for Blazor? Yes. SSR, static server rendered content with Blazor, is really, really good. It's just as fast as standard ASP.NET. You can output cache. You can do all the interactions with it that you would do with normal server-side rendered content and delivering that you would have done with ASP.NET MVC, you would have done with Razor pages. It's really good, and I use it for the C# and the cards website. I use it extensively over there. So absolutely, I think it's the next great thing. Adding a message to test the chat stream. Well, there you go. There's El Cobb's message. Yep, and there it is arriving over there on the screen. I'll reject that message and I'll come back over here and it disappears. I'll come back over and I'll click approve and it prompts me, are you sure you want to approve a message? Cancel. And it stays rejected. So maybe the messages should be prefixed something to be picked up by the app. That's a feature. That's a planned feature as well. So hashtags. So I'm specifically searching for the .NET hashtag on Mastodon. I don't have Twitter connected, but we can. So there's one feature that I do not have on this list that I stumbled onto when I was doing the keyboard navigation, and it's automatic pause. When you're mousing over this content, as new messages come in, so I'll just leave my mouse right there. Go ahead and send some messages. Go ahead and keep typing in chat there. You'll see the user interface moves, it updates, and now I'm moused over something else, right? Like, that's a little bit of a problem, not gonna lie, right? Like, I can pause, and as new messages come in, right, I've got the little hidden pause button down here in the corner, and as new messages continue to arrive, there'll be a little counter that appears and starts counting up on that pause button. Chat, that was your cue to continue sending messages. So there you go. You can see the one appearing. So to Nedbog's question about the Twitch chats, the featured chat had that capability. I think that's well within bounds to have that go into a separate queue like he had. Look at that. Counting up the messages down here. It's up to 10 messages waiting to be added. Look, I'm even going to use... So, a lot of applications can use server-side rendering. Don't need the fanciness of Blazor Server. Totally agree. And when you do need the interactivity, just decorate those few pages. Yep. You have a couple legacy apps still running web forms. It's a big move forward. It is. However, in that big move forward, El Cobb, what you're going to find is, moving forward, you're going to get better performance, better support, better security capabilities, modern security capabilities, and you're going to get the ability to deploy and run in containers. You're going to have a better cloud-native deployment experience when you migrate off web forms to Blazor SSR is very concept compatible with what you're doing in web forms. And I'll hit play here, and the messages come running through here. It doesn't take the... It doesn't know what to do with the... What is it? The FFZ icons. It doesn't know what those are. Maybe we can do something about that in the future, but... Do we have an issue for... No. What is FFZ? I forget. Hey, Asheroth. Hello, hello. It's Franker faces. That's it. I mean, I'll add an issue, and if somebody wants to... New issue? Thank you. Add support for Franker faces icons. That's an enhancement. Sure, that's a good first issue. If somebody wants to add that, I'll mark this as help wanted. And I'm not going to put a milestone on it. If somebody's interested in working on, go for it. Go for it. I think that's very cool. If this is a feature that folks are interested in, go ahead and build it. I'm happy to take a pull request. I'm not going to make it a priority. Something that's going to stop me from going forward, but go for it. What's the other one? There's a set of icons that I use that for the Visual Studio channel. I forget what is that one. Better TTV. Add support for better TTV icons. Enhancement. Help wanted. I don't know if it's good first issue. But if somebody's interested in building support for them, go for it. Happy to review and take that in and have your contribution as part of the application. Sure. Yeah. I'm not familiar with 7TV. I'm not familiar with that. So my point was, right, the mouse over pause operation, automatic pause, doesn't work in here, and I think we need to put that in before I finish with the keyboard navigation. So let's do that. And once those two are in, I will remove the old web project, which really doesn't work right now anyway. And we'll merge this. We'll merge this, John. So it's the most modern of all three. I did not know that. I haven't been keeping up on the third-party emote scheme. What do we got here? Saw some notifications. Yeah, so yesterday when I was working on... What was it I was working on yesterday? That's Aspire. I don't want the Aspire app. I want the Tags app. So the source code is all available on... Yeah, we're going to ship it. You better believe it. Here we go. So I added... Come here. I added some JavaScript... Is it on the modder? Oh, sure. Go ahead. It was... Was it down here? That calls moderate. I think that's where it was. Here, this bit right here. I had some JavaScript that did this, and it showed a display. It generated this code for me. Copilot did. That was really cool to see. So we're going to be working in here in the moderation page. So what I've been doing is I've been bringing the old... So I have content here that knows how to detect the various key presses and make that work. I think it also brought the pause button over and got that working. No. I do have the pause button working here. Hold on, let me... This is going to be an exercise in JavaScript interop with Blazor. The moderation page that you see for Tags app, over here, everything from here down is WebAssembly. The header is static server rendered. Okay? So, what I'm doing when the moderation page starts... No, it's not going to collapse. I have it call this configure keyboard support capability, where we're going to start wiring up the various features. There is a pause button over here. This doesn't declare what type of interactivity it is. It just picks up whatever screen it's on. Turns out in both cases, both on the waterfall and on the moderation screen, it's going to be WebAssembly. But what this does, I injected a JavaScript runtime. After the pause button is rendered on screen, I register the pause button with JavaScript. And I pass through a reference, a .NET object reference. Why do I do that? Because the keyboard interactions that are happening in JavaScript. I'm wiring them up to the window. You can do key down support on various components inside Blazor, but I want, regardless of where the focus is on the window, when you press these keys, do these things. In order to do that, I need JavaScript interop. So this is going to pass in a .NET reference. And I'm going to stash it in this variable up here called pause button ref. Then, if you press the P key on the moderation screen, it's going to get the pause button and click it in .NET. Because I made the pause clicking interaction JavaScript invocable. All right, by decorating it with this attribute means from JavaScript, I can execute that method. Scott asks, doesn't keyboard event args do this as well? It does, but it does it within the scope of a component. If you don't have focus in the component, it will not do that. So that works really good inside of like a text box. But I don't have a text box here, right? And I could press P and you see the pause button turned over, and I press P again and it unpauses, right? So keyboard event args absolutely does this as well. It's a question of the scope. And I want to be able to use global scope. And so in order to do global scope, I need to wire up to the window object, which is outside the scope of Blazor. So, great point there, and want to make sure that folks understand why I made that design decision. That's right, Blazor Mr. Magoo. I've got the JavaScript rolling today. Wait till you see just how much we're going to be doing here. I don't like how it... There's something with the resize. It doesn't quite resize properly there. Can call a singleton app state with a callback event. Yes, but that singleton I'm attaching it to the entire window, so it doesn't matter where you are on the window. So far, JavaScript interoperability has been your biggest challenge. We're going to be doing a lot of that today. A lot. So, it knows that hat. All right, so let me go back. Why didn't it size that one properly? And also, I'm noticing that the cutoff down here is not quite the bottom of the screen. Should .NET be part of the message before it appears on the wall? The Twitch provider brings in all messages from that channel. I know you can see part of the client secret. You can't see all of it. There's a heck of a lot more over here that is hidden. So I want to build a wizard at some point so that when you want to configure this, you click configure and it gets you a client ID, it gets you a client secret, loads them in here, logs in with those for your chatbot, and saves the tokens. So, but since you're wired up to a stream, just bring it all in. But to your point, exactly to your point, when we're looking at Twitter or Mastodon has to be on that hashtag. When we do Instagram or LinkedIn, we're going to do something similar there as well. That screen should hide secrets. That's agreed. And yeah, I'll just leave it at agreed. Provider config UI should hide secrets with a copy reveal button. So, yep, should be done here as well. You're totally right. Totally right. There's a fade out at the bottom of the waterfall screen. And actually, I need to let the click action go through. I'm clicking there and it's not opening this. But if I go just above the fade out, you see how it changes to the finger? So that needs to be fixed as well. But I'm not losing sleep over it. That's should be a pretty easy JavaScript thing. Yeah, JavaScript config or CSS entry. I forget exactly what it is. Like, waterfall user interface should allow click-through in the fade gradient at the bottom. Ta-da! And I'll mark that as a bug. And I don't mind marking that as help wanted and a good first issue, because I know somebody has some expertise and knows how to solve that. Go for it. You want to drop a contribution in here, be my guest. I'm sure somebody can address that a lot faster than me researching it. That was Windows transcription, speech to text. So I do that a lot when I'm writing now. Windows H key, and it opens. Oh, where'd it go? No. There it is. So just jump into a text box and you can have it just start typing. You need more information to tackle that issue? What more do you want to know? Let's take a screenshot right there of that. Isn't there a... yeah, rectangle. And give me a 3-second delay. Dun, dun, dun. We should be able to click on the items covered by the gradient at the bottom of this card. There you go. Windows Shift S does the, yeah. I always get it. Forget that. Expected outcome. So right now, clicking does nothing. It should open the modal. So, okay. Let's go back over, and I'm going to dive in right here with the keyboard support. We need to be able to do this periodic pause thing. Because of how the mouse around works. I do need to also, at some point, go back and verify mobile app. I know there's a hook for mobile that I don't have working just yet. Fact of the matter is nobody uses mobile with this yet, so with moderation yet. So because nobody uses it. So there is a delay pause here. Pause new content for 5 seconds with a timeout hanging out there. Because as you're navigating around and you get to an article, it pauses content. So here's the other thing. As you're navigating around, I'm navigating around, and the original way this was working is it would go find a document from some point on the screen, some coordinate, XY coordinate, and say, oh, what's that thing? And put a border around it. Well, these are Blazor components now. How do I do that? What I've started doing, and keep me honest with this, chat, is I create a .NET object reference and I push it into a messages array. And now we'll be able to look at a message, and that message is indexed by a provider ID. And I put that provider ID on the outermost HTML element, the article here. So when I move the cursor around, I'll look for an article, find the provider ID, and then be able to reach into this messages collection by ID, and there's our .NET, our Blazor object. Grab that, and now I can interact with it programmatically. So one of the things that we do when it does find one is it adds a class to it of keyboard cursor. Right? Where is it? Where is it? There it is, removing all of them. Is it at the very end? There it is. So at the very end, after it looks at all of them, it says, hey, if we do have a selected item, then add it. I'm going to mark that so I can come back to it, Dr. Cox. Give me just a second here. I want to... So what I'm going to do to start with here is I'm going to bring over the ability to do the pause content for 5 seconds. Which means I need a... Do I really need a paused state? So the pause state is controlled by the pause button. I mean, I can add a... Right, I can add a... And we can just return... Oh, Can I decorate the property with JS Invocable? Is that possible? Can we do that? No, it's only on methods. Okay. Public bool. No. Right? So now over here, instead of saying is paused, I can say, leave that there. Nope. Let's make sure we invoke our .NET method directly. There you go. And I can say pause button ref, and that'll return any. So this will be a bool, and now I can inspect. If we're not paused, then we want to pause. It was right there. It was right there. And this was supposed to be paused, right? So it's going to cause pause clicked. Let's roll over pause. Yeah. I don't need to call format mouse button because that's what this does. I'll just switch those. We're going to set a timeout. So let's create one of those. Pause timeout. And when it's done, I want to force a release pause scenario. Let me grab that question and approve that. We'll come back to that in just a second. So now my pause button needs a way to say always unpause. No. If not is paused, yeah, return. Otherwise, release state is changed. And yeah, I want to force this. So I'm okay with that. And these two. Why don't we just call that resume? Right? I think that's right. Let me go to the couple questions that we got coming in there. Start with this one from Dr. Cox. Look at this. I'm using Tags app to triage questions. Dr. Cox has a nullable enabled in their project, but what I don't get, I have a public method on a class that gets a reference type. I still get the warning to check for nullability. I thought that nullable enabled should signal to the caller that I don't want a null here. Show me some sample code. Show me some sample code on that. I want to see what you've got there before I dig in a little further. AV, how you doing there? You have a question about code style. Is it better to put Boolean operations inside an if statement on the beginning of the next condition rather than on the end of a previous one? The beginning of the next condition. Yeah, Discord would be great. Yep. And that kind of leads to the question of, wouldn't it be cool to have code formatting in messages? Inside an if statement on the beginning of the next condition rather than on the end of the previous. Once again, can you show me some sample code? I'm having a hard time visualizing it. There's a lot of plates spinning over here on this side. Help me out. Required, yeah, that's a way to kind of force it. You can, if you don't mark... No, it's not needed. Totally high-tech redneck. Not needed, but cool. Add support for code formatted comments on the waterfall and moderation. Totally a low priority. But that'd be cool. Add optional support for pronoun indicators next to author names. Like, why not? Low priority, but why not? I'm okay with that. I use pronoun indicators on Twitch. I forget the name of the... I think I have a link to the extension that I use on the Twitch wall. But that's Windows. That's Windows 11. Windows H will open up the little dictator thing there that I've been using. So, if A and B, or if yeah, it's hard to see the formatting. So, you like to separate your conditions onto different lines. So more complex if statements, yes, I like to break out onto multiple lines. I also believe, I can't think of a good place where I have one. Right, look at this if statement. It rolls right off the screen. Like, that's really hard to read, and in my human brain get that concept. So I totally appreciate that folks will do this. Totally appreciate. Makes perfect sense. So, you do a lot of swearing while working? That's okay. Ternary operations, man, get them formatted well because they can get really confusing. You'll also separate if statements into methods. That's another great way to do this. Yes. Or put a property out there that has the result of that, that encapsulates that test that you're trying to do. Yes. Look at that. There's more messages coming in. Hey, McNets, good to see you. Look at, I didn't see McNets come in, but I saw him over there on it. Oh my gosh, nested ternaries are hideous. You're asking for problems with that. We are at 22,974 followers. We are 26 followers from 23,000. Let's go. Let's go. Get accessor properties that do ternary stuff. I really like, where'd pause button go? Stuff like that, where I could just fat arrow and say this property or this method, here's all that it is. It's one line. Just return this thing anytime that it's referenced. I love that syntax. Nested null coalescing. Oh my gosh. You're getting out of control. You're getting out of control there. Hey friends, look who's here. Look who's here. Hey Mom. Hello. Good to see you. It's Mom. That's Mom's message. How you doing? Oh, the null coalescing assignment is awful. Do I do multi-platforms? Yeah, we're on YouTube. We are on YouTube. YouTube.com/C#Fritz. Click the... It should show that I'm live right there. Yup. Yep. So... Yeah, coalescing sequel we are spoiled with. So, look at that. Look at it. Folks saying, hi, Mom. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you. So. All right. It's better to put the double and on the beginning of the second condition. I can go either way. I like keeping them at the end of the line. So. Yeah, look at that. Mom's doing great. Look at that. So. See, she knows how to use emotes. Look at that. Like, not everybody's mom knows how to get on Twitch and use emotes and chat and hang out. All right? So, see, Mom, this is the app we're working on here today. We've got it wired up to the Twitch. We've got it wired up to Mastodon. It knows how to work with Twitter and the other things. So, it knows this hat. It knows it.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
It's from the Flyers Stadium Series game in 2019 with those always tough, those pains in the neck Pittsburgh Penguins. Watch it. Watch what? Don't get Mama Fritz mad. You wouldn't like her angry at you. No, you wouldn't. She knows one or two. She knows more than one or two things. Let me tell you. Stop it with the Penguins talk. All right, moving on. So I brought in. So, Mom, we're putting keyboard handling into the application here. So I brought in the pause content for 5 seconds. I think that will work. So the other side of this now is to start. So we have the pause resume capability there. The next one is right. What? Mom doesn't have a. Yes, she does. Mom has a subscription. You can see the 55 months on the hat there. You better believe it. Will we ever get a mom coding stream? Oh.
Jeff 1021 just resubscribed for 55 months.
She pushed it. She knows how to push the button and announce it. There you go. There you go. See? Mom's got a subscription. She just waits to announce it to when it's convenient. Right? So, Mom and Dad have open doors if they'd like to be on a stream. They are more than welcome. See, she doesn't want to brag. See? Look at that. We'll see. We'll see. I thought about having Mom or Dad on for a Mother's Day or Father's Day stream. It's the door's open. They're more than welcome and happy to set up and do that. It's up in the air. We'll see. So, you have a hard time transitioning from XAML design layout coding to Razor Pages. Is there a good basic course for this? Well, Razor Pages is straight HTML. It's straight HTML. So, or Scratch. So here's the thing. Hang on. Let me back up here. Razor. Let me go to this from. Go to these two. No, not that one. This one. See, it moves. That's why we need the pause thing in here. Let me answer this first. So, Razor Pages is straight HTML markup with C# intertwined. So, if you know HTML, you're good. You're in like Flynn. It's learning HTML. XAML and HTML are not the same at all. HTML is the standard that everybody uses. XAML is not. Like, the web is built on HTML and it has been for 30 years. It's a good thing to know HTML. Then you can interweave your C# around it, and that's all that Razor is. A bunch of if-then statements for loops, while loops, around, and augmenting your HTML. Is there a good course for this? You can check out my videos on the .NET YouTube channel. You can check out, there's a couple of lessons and videos on .net/learn. HTML is your favorite programming language? It is a programming language. I see the kappa. It is. But absolutely, it is a programming language. I'm not going to argue that point, because there's so much that folks have built on top of it. Give it what it deserves. HTML 1.0 certified developer here. Got that cert 12 years ago. Hey, Warm Peas. Good to see you right there. CSS very much is a programming language now. Yeah. Even though they're really markup. You find HTML hard compared to XAML, but maybe that's because you haven't done much of it. HTML is very valuable for you to learn. The web is built on it. You updated the profile pic. Yeah, it's not going to pick up and use a new profile pic for, I forget what the timeout is on it on Twitch. But it's nuts. There went my poker chips. Oh well. I forget what there is a timeout for that before it picks up and shows. Come here. Twitch provider. Twitch chat provider. Profile image URI. Where is it? Identify profile pic. Ta-da! So, if we already have your profile pic cached, and if the expiration is greater than now, it returns it. Otherwise, it gets it. It's cached for an hour. So, and that profile pic is attached to the message record. So it won't update the message records. These will always have that profile picture. But if I restart the application, it will reset and go get it, and all future messages would have that. Let me grab a couple of these messages here. The AMA tag is on, Dan. Happy to answer questions as we're going here. Let me start with this first question from Dan. When styling for a racer page, is it a good practice to add a connected CSS file, or better to style it in global CSS with every file? For common things that you're going to use in multiple files, use that global CSS. It's nice to be able to do the CSS isolation. I wouldn't say that it's a best practice per se, but if you're building a component that you're going to reuse, or if you have something that you want to do very specifically only in one page, yes, then I would use the connected CSS file. I see the connected CSS files, the CSS isolation capabilities, as the exception to how I develop, not the rule. And I would prefer a global CSS file or two. AV Jarrah says, wait, the programming language should have variables and functions, but HTML itself doesn't have it. You're right. It doesn't. But as it's a markup language that has grown, evolved, and changed. It's not. I wouldn't say that it is a amazing programming language that is tricky and difficult to learn. No, it's markup that everybody needs to know because HTML is so prevalent around the world with all the things. So, if you build a pretty big project, global CS file is going to be huge, so important to add regions or something. So what you'll find is folks will set up multiple CSS files, and at build time, compress them all together and minify. Combine, compress, and there you go. Yep, the building block of the web. Marcus is right. Where are we at here? Okay. I'm also thinking that, see the mouse over, how it shows the moderation? First off, I'm thinking that I need to change the opacity of that. Second, I need to wire up the pause to that as well. Here, pause content for 5 seconds. Yeah. I'll leave that there. Let's call this pause content for duration. And I'll add another. I'm just going to call it pause new content. Consequently, inside the moderation message, when it does the mouse over, right, where is it? On mouse enter, on mouse leap. There they are. See how it does show moderation actions? True, false. And it just shows that block. Hey, it's Just Yogurt. Welcome. How you doing there? Thank you for joining us. I think I need a little bit more for this. Let's do display moderation true. And I'm gonna split the user interface here. Add a method somewhere down here. What was that, Copilot? Pretty close, but we're going to add a new capability in there. All right. So this is going to turn into display moderation false. And what I'm going to do, have the JavaScript runtime. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Right? Invoke async. Come on. Not quite. Not quite. Almost there. We're going to call pause new content. And we're going to pass in 5,000. Invoke void async. I'm not returning anything from this. Await that. Which means this needs to be one of these. Thank you. I also need... Right, I need a way after I mouse out to cancel that. Love.net Maui and its progress to master HTML. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You've been trying to learn C# on your own for the last 3 months. How can I help? So I have been building the C# in the Cards video series. Next episode should be published tomorrow. I need to finish it. But there's going to be episodes coming more quickly. I need to get back to 2 a week. So I don't have any conferences or travel until April. So see quite a bit of .NET Maui jobs popping up. Yes, it's growing. Way more than Xamarin stuff. Well, right, .NET Maui is the evolution of Xamarin. So, you've been learning WPF and MVVM. Cool. Hey, President Not Sure. Hello. So, I also need to I need to be able to unpause from this side as well. Right? I need to be able to cancel that timeout. When you mouse out of something. Let's just go down here and say no. Resume content. Man. And rollover pause is false. Right. What did I... There we go. So if I'm in, where'd it go? If I'm in the moderation message and we've told it not to display moderation, we need to toggle this. If show, do that. Otherwise, is that what I called it? Just resume content. So, as you're moving around, it'll work with that. So, let me go back over here. Oh, that doesn't look good. Hard refresh. Okay. Let's force a rebuild. Because that's a WebAssembly rebuilding issue. Before .NET MAUI wasn't a crazy amount of opportunity with Xamarin? Yes. Yes. And it's coming around, to be sure. Hey, Thindall. Hello. Come on, finish rebuilding. Could not find resume content. That's in the JavaScript. Like, resume content was undefined. What? Because I didn't save. Darn it. And I didn't put a comma. Resume content was undefined. It's right there. Right? Updating that JavaScript, let me tell you. You're based in Northern Europe, not able to find much. Good markdown to PDF or docx library. I don't know of one that do that. There we go. That's... Now it's not pausing. See, the pause button isn't triggering. Let's take a look at that. So if pause new content, sure. Okay. But it's not actually invoking the pause button. So dive into that. Clear the timeout. No. We're pausing. I don't need to call if paused. It is paused. There it goes. Now that you see the pause button flip over, and it should time out. There it goes, and it flipped back. Mouse out, and so the mouse out. Right, so it's going to turn off because 5 seconds have gone by. I'm getting into a state where it's not... I feel like it didn't load the new JavaScript. Because I still have caching turned on. Darn it. Disable the cache. Here we go. Colin Williams, thank you for the follow. Appreciate all of our new followers here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Right, so there I moused over. Oh, wait a sec. So I'm paused. Go ahead, send some messages. Nope, it unpaused. But it didn't, I didn't get that ugly flash. But also, it's not... It's... I'm not getting the pass-through on the mouse. I thought we... Go to pause new content. Yeah, it's... It's checking if it's paused right there. So if we're not paused, then pause. So what? Line. There we go. Oh. Do I need to... No. Right? That should have gotten that back, right? Doesn't like the await. Hang on. Blazor.net reference invoke void async. Yep. Invoke method async. I can just call invoke method. Then I don't worry about the whole async issue, and it's just returning directly. I don't need to. Same thing here for pause clicked. No, I'm okay with that just running. I'm okay with that doing its thing. Okay, there we go. Paused, and I don't run into any issue going over those, but I think they each extend it. Come on, wait for those 5 seconds to run up. Two, 3, 4, 5. Timeout. It's not unpausing. But it does on the mouse out. Not perfect. Let's move that. Because it clears the timeout. So it never releases. 2, 3, 4, 5. There it goes. Okay. So this feels like it works properly. Oh no! How do I make this an async function in JavaScript? Right? Very sad trombone. You're kidding. Async function JavaScript. What's the syntax for that, John? Async function. Right? So if I do it like that... Sad tuba would be better? You mean this one? No, that's just as bad. And I'm nearly positive it's this. Because I don't want to inadvertently... I don't want to inadvertently resume if you've pushed the button. I don't want to wait this one either. Right? Then it's going to take even longer. I need it to run immediately. And that one's on the timeout. I don't care how long that takes. Actually, if it... I don't need the... Yeah, there you go. I don't need that. Um... If I mark that as async. No. Yeah, don't care. Nah, I'll let that one go. See, that runs really, really fast. But it never stops because it hasn't resolved that yet. Right? It's still waiting for .NET to come back. Cute. Cute. David Pine just commented that he has some feedback about Tags app. Wants to know if it's open source and available for contribution. Yep, absolutely. What if I just have the pause button log its pause value in here? Right? So when it's clicked, yep. That you had it, man. await that, because it's just setting a value. Stand by. Okay. Would it help to have a throttle for the hover? Well, that's what the timeout is doing. Clear the timeout first. So if there is one, even if there isn't one, reset it. So now it when I see it, it's not pausing on the mouse over. I don't need that because I can say if is paused. Reload the JavaScript. You feel like there are a few jobs that have such short, gratifying feedback loops. I agree. So that's paused. Unpaused. Yeah, see, the mouse over on these buttons shouldn't be triggering and re-triggering. If I bring that back in here, right? Yeah, see, it re-triggers when you mouse over the buttons. Yeah, on mouse over and on mouse leave. I'm over the entire thing. It's not enter. Right? HTML on mouse over. Here, this one. That looks a little bit more complete. Mouse over occurs when a mouse pointer comes over an element. Mouse out when it leaves. Mouse out when leaving for a child. It triggers when the pointer moves from an element to its descendant. They trigger when the mouse pointer leaves the element. Transitions inside the element are not counted. So that's mouse enter, mouse leave. So maybe I had it on the wrong initial element. So there, I'm paused and it didn't flicker. But even though I'm mousing around on those, the timer is going. And now it's unpaused. I think we got it good enough for now. Yeah, I think that's good enough for now on the pause. So now it's come back around to keyboard navigation. You're in that right now? Oh. All right, so the keyboard navigation here. Okay. Man, that's so wrong. Handle, move, cursor. Yeah. And I'm going to create that function somewhere up here. So it's a little bit isolated. Because this is going to get hairy. Not going to lie. Okay. So I'm going to do a switch on this. And I'm going to start with carrying over what I had back in the base application. Which is a mountain of content. I'm going to take out the approve buttons. Approve and reject buttons. And it's going to be... Yeah. This needs to be if e.key equals y. Where's my parens, man? Oof. Yep. Okay. So let's move the cursor around. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm going to end up running into CI/CD in a little bit here. Okay, so handle mouse cursor. So I'm going to take out the Vim keys here. Because nobody uses it, and nobody uses it. Okay. Whew. On moderation message. Public void set cursor focus close. This is going to go away. Keyboard cursor. Developers. Hello, thank you for the follow. Okay. And I need to make that JavaScript invocable so that as you're keyboarding around, you can call it. How you doing there, Abe-tastic? Welcome. Now, there's this really, really cool bit of code that we wrote that navigates around and based on coordinates, finds elements. The top area in the editor. That is called sticky scroll. So, in Visual Studio, look for sticky scroll. And where is it? Right there. Sticky scroll. Group the current scopes within a scrollable region at the top. Works in JavaScript, works in C#, works in all the languages. And it just groups based on scope. Here's the outermost scope so you can see where you are, right? So that's kind of nice that I can say I'm in the handle move cursor method. I'm in the middle of a switch for the arrow left key, and now I'm inside this. Yeah. So there's a cursor provider ID, which was the current, basically where the current element is. I'll bring that across. So if it's null, it's the first element child going to get the data provider ID, which I have here on the article. Okay. Doesn't know what tagged content is. Documents. Get element by ID. And I think it's tagged content, right? David Pine, hello. We are wiring up keyboard navigation. Yeah, hashtag tagged content. Hey, thank you. Look at that. I think I have to do a let on that. Right? There we go. Okay, so it's going to know what that is. It's going to go find the first element inside of it, which will be pause updates. No. Which will be one of these articles. Nice. So, there we go. Right? So I've got the mouse over it, and it activates and deactivates the pause appropriately. So, cool. Hovering the mouse to get stuff done is not very accessible. And that's why I'm adding the keyboard navigation right now. That's exactly why I'm adding the keyboard navigation. You're totally right, Marcus. Here it comes. Otherwise, go find the current. Get the bounding rectangle, and then it goes and is moving. Where did I grab height? Height is... There was a... So the way the keyboard navigation works, it literally takes the coordinates on screen and for the height of one of the service provider indicators, one of the icons, right? So here we've got Twitch icons for folks. It'll find the height of that icon, and it knows a relative size. And it uses that to figure out how far to go left and right, up and down, to find the next element that it wants to move the cursor over to. Oh my gosh, Shaky J, thank you. That is, I'll approve that message so it pops up there. Look at that. Look at that. We still have to put that, configure the back of the modal. But, yeah, look at that. Thank you so much. That's very kind, Shaky J. So, there was somewhere that I calculated height. It's right at the beginning of handle key press. Fine. So I can put that here. Yeah, if there's an error getting content, don't even continue proceeding. So it's going to move around. It's going to find the element. So if it is... Here we go. Lemon sauce.
Lemon Sork 3 just resubscribed for 5 months.
I'm out of coffee. And the only other thing that I have to drink that's within arm reach of the desk is scotch. And that's not good. That's not going to work.
Totes my goats.
You're all out of Red Bull, right? Right? Let's do this. Things would go very bad. Very, very bad. Before I go too much further, I'm going to mark... let me throw a VIP over there to David. So... here we go. The remove active panel. That's... I forget what that did. Give me the old F12. Show me what that did. Active panel, it removed. What? I forget what active panel was. Ah, okay. That was to show the moderation stuff. Have I considered using TypeScript here? No, because I'm trying to keep my JavaScript to a minimum. And I had almost 1,200 lines of JavaScript in the original ASP.NET version of it, and I'm trying to do as much as possible in Blazor. So, I mean, we could, but I'm trying to keep this to a minimum, right? And right now I'm already cringing that I've got almost 400 lines of JavaScript. So, and as a little bit of an intermediate to advanced learning project that I want to share and put together, yes, JavaScript, blog posts and content around. I want to start with JavaScript, and maybe TypeScript comes in a little bit later. Goal is 0 lines of JavaScript. That's not... For any sufficiently complex Blazor WebAssembly or even Blazor server application that has a high level of interactivity, it's not realistic. It's a goal. It's not realistic to say 0 lines of JavaScript. I agree with you. I'd love to have 0 lines of JavaScript. But you're not going to be able to get away from it. A bit of this is WebAssembly. Actually, David, it's a mix of all three. If you look at the headers inside the application, that's static server rendered. The content here, there's that refresh, that That's WebAssembly. The waterfall view over here, this is WebAssembly. That's WebAssembly. However, that's static rendered. That's static rendered. That's server interactivity on just that part. So that, right? And this is why I build and work on projects like this on stream, because when we're writing documentation and tutorials and things for Microsoft, we want to focus on one thing, and getting into those more intermediate and advanced things that are on the outskirts where we start to push on the edges of what we teach people about. You don't discover some of the weird things that happen when you start jumping between render modes in this case. So trying and figuring out those other things makes it interesting. Don't judge with the dev tools open? Okay. That's fair. And I think you're right. Might also be a little bit with hot reload kicking in. The loss of the cascading parameters. Marcus, right? That was something that we ran into. And now see, the mouse over there isn't triggering the pause button. We're going to aspire-ify this eventually. It's coming. Yeah, see, the pause button should kick in there, but it's not now. What did I do? I changed it here to on mouse enter and on mouse leave. Let's force a rebuild, just make sure. Oh, Thindall, if you only knew. I should do a whole New Age Outlaws. Oh, you didn't know? Wouldn't it be cool if somebody had the website aspirify.net? Wouldn't it be cool if that was a thing? I own this domain. I'm building a website to go here that's built and run with Aspire and Blazor static server render. Coming soon. That's right. Yeah. Aspirify.net. It's coming. It's coming. All right, so I forced a reload on those. Now the on mouse enter is not running. But we did on mouse over previously. But that still triggers funny when you mouse over into... Now, hang on. I saved that. Pause button 46, moderation message 178. Let's go down there. Dog. Pause button 46. Here. Fine. Developers. It's just yogurt. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the follow. How good of a registrar is Namecheap? I have all my stuff registered over there and I don't have a problem. Okay. Refreshing. It's not pausing. Force the reload. I'm in working here. I'm going to drop a bookmark so I can get back to it. I am awaiting it. Is Blazor.website? I don't know. Is that? Let's make sure we're getting here. Sure. Hey, look at that. Grab the New Age Outlaws clip. Quote, "Oh, you didn't know?" Quote, "You stink." I'm waiting one of two task awaiting returning APIs. Yeah, I know. And I don't want it to... that one is happening after the timeout occurs, after the 5 seconds of delay where it's going to automatically pause when you mouse over something. I don't care how long that takes. Go ahead and run to completion. It's not getting to a paused state here. I've got Windows not in dark mode. That's a good question. App theme. Use system setting. It still didn't pick it up. Dark mode. Much better. Dark mode notepad. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, love the Attitude Era. Yep. So, and their big event coming up is here in Philadelphia. I'm not a fan, but I wasn't really a fan back then, but I picked up on some of the missing parenthesis 236. Did I? Yeah, it was where I was working in here. I've got an extra one of those. Because that if is next to the switch. Yeah. Reload. Ugh. What did I break? Could not find waterfall Win UI pause. Yeah, I didn't put a set pause state. Give it the wrong. Didn't reload. Want to get this done so I can get this shipped and then we can do it. Line 47 in the C sharp. Which C sharp? I know I've been flipping through things quickly here. Pausing. Yeah. No, that's not paused. It's trying to pause, but it's not. And oop, see. EV was not defined. Waterfall 32. That's not it. Hang on. Boop. Yeah, it's just key. Ah, darn it. You're not doing that. Whatever. In pause button razor. Line 47. Sure. No, I'm not getting... Pause content for duration. So it should be reaching into the pause button and calling pause clicked. Over here, pause clicked. It's going to set the pause state and then update the user interface. Set pause state inside the JavaScript. It's just going to set the is paused value inside here so that I know it for later. But the important thing is it's updating the user interface. Which domain's available? Pause button dot razor. What did we break here? That's wonderful. That's Blazor not in a bad patched hot reload state. So here we go. And reloading. Yeah, it's still not. It says it's pausing, but it's not. It's fine. Yep, go ahead, restart the app always. Pausebutton.org is $8,000. No, thank you. No, thank you. And here comes the messages. Okay, that's working. So, well, it did for a second. Yeah, look at that. Say, when you mouse out. We ran into this building this before. Hey. No, don't need that. If we're not paused and we're not on a rollover pause. Yeah. Yeah, see, I moused out and we're gone. But if I pause that now, yeah. Paused. Dude, the JavaScript sync here does not feel right at all. Pause. Where else am I calling that? that anywhere. This is a weird scenario where we've got multiple ways to reach in and pause the screen. When you mouse out, reaches into the pause button and calls resume. Which then passes up, hey, we're not paused anymore. Repaint the content. Okay. Oh, shut up. I might need a pause controller factory. Yeah, I get it. No, I don't have Ohio State. No. Why would I would never do that. What's the duration? 5 seconds. All right. This rollover should only happen so if it is paused, false, this should not happen. If it isn't paused, yeah. We're kind of out of state here. Out of the wrong state going on. No, you can't ban the Ohio State Buckeyes fan. But if I pause, yeah, see, as soon as I mouse out there, I'm like 90% positive something is cached here. Something isn't right. Oh, there you go. Isn't that nice? Blazor.mom for Mama C# Fritz. My mother, the Donna Kelsey of this stream. Still not getting the on mouse over working properly. Pause. Still paused. And it turns it off. What the heck? No. I only care about doing this if we are in a rollover pause state. And rollover pause is managed here only, right? It's there, it's there. This isn't used, right? Oh, wait a sec. That's on the mouse leave. That should be if rollover pause. If we have left, then cancel the timeout. That was it. Donna who? Yeah. Donna Kelsey. Right, so I'm... Right now, now's the mouse enter, mouse leave issue with the pause button. You see it happening there. But if I go over here and... So I've paused it with the pause button. No. Where else is that referenced? Okay. Like I think the mouse over pause is working properly. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 2, 3. Well, now it's not paused, even though I'm moused over something. 2, 3, 4, 5. There it goes. See, I moused out and into the next one. Too many states here. What if we go over here? This is the trigger for when you press the button. So where I want to set it. Set pause state. If we're not paused and we're not paused, return. There's a bitwise on this. If, yeah. No. So if the new state is unpaused, I'm not going to call this because I'm going to take this out of here. And I'm going to assume because you're coming in from JavaScript that you know what you're doing. Yeah. Back over to here. So we're going to call that, no. Set pause state to true. Set pause state to false. And where's that called? I don't need to. That's an infinite loop there. Yeah. Right, so we're going to call that when we mouse out. And if we were in rollover pause, clear the rollover. But if we clicked pause, we're not in rollover pause. If I'm setting pause state from somewhere else, it was not from rollover. And I know I had that in there before. What's that one? No. Oh, it's... Oh. Dynamic language, man. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And now, yeah, is paused equals false. Because I need the one so that it controls whether the rollover automatically pauses thing. I need the other for if you went and actually clicked the pause. Yeah, TypeScript, I know. I know. Honestly, my TypeScript skills are not that strong. That's working. And it depaused. Mouse out, nothing. Click. And now it isn't releasing the pause when I mouse over things. We're just in pause state. So go ahead and put and send some messages there. We should see the counter appear. Right? Yeah, there they go. Yep. And then depause and content comes through. Right? There's one message waiting because I'm moused over. I mouse out. It didn't. I moused out and I should get my 5 seconds and then release. It's not releasing on the timeout. Set timeout. And it should set the pause state to false. Are we not hitting the timeout? It did that, it awaited this, and then should hit that. Because when it invokes, it should then drain and push the messages on the screen. But now it's not picking up and setting the timeout at all. Yeah, I've hit some sort of JavaScript error state where it's not draining down. No, we're good. Oh, I'm on the Razor file. Oh, are you kidding? Are you kidding? Isn't there a use strict? Isn't that a thing? TypeScript would catch that, yes. So mousing over and then out. Timeout should hit in 2, 3, 4. Release. No. Yeah, I don't type enough JavaScript. The mouse out should have there's the on mouse leave should have resumed. Should call display moderation false, which falls down into here and calls resume content. If we are in a rollover pause, clear the timeout, rollover pause equals false. I don't want to just clear the timeout. I need to call that. Cool. Auto moderation still working. There it is. Now it's doing the mouse out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release. There it is. I think we got it. The update is... I still have the dev tools open, but... where's the console log that we had way up at the top here? You, go away. Also, clear out all the hot reload goo. And,
put the candle back.
I feel like I want that sound effect to play every time I do a Control R on hot reload. You're not hot reloading, you're actually rebuilding? Oh, well, if you're going to rebuild...
Put the candle back.
Yeah, the await async is... man. 2, 3, there it goes. And I think there are a certain number of those things that we awaited up in here, that we can, I think we can take that await off. Because it's handed off to .NET and I'm not waiting for it to complete before I set that timeout. Yeah. There is a bit of back and forth, though, because I call set pause state. On the pause button. That's all right. I think we're okay. Still got to figure out, there's got to be a way to optimize that, but for right now, let's commit that, John. Rollover pause on moderation is now working. Let's go back to talking about the keep. No, not that one. No, not that one. Not that one. Or that one. Oh, come on. I put one in Waterfall JS. I guess that was where I was. Whatever. Okay, here comes the crazy part. Like none of that was crazy, right?
Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Hey, think with fly, think.
I know. I know what the current one of these is. All right. Okay. Yeah. What this is doing is it's moving a cursor that's just a frame around between the various elements, and it's finding the current one that's selected and removing it. Those are on moderation messages, which is a .NET thing, but I'm working and handling keyboard interaction from JavaScript. So I have set cursor focus on this. So what I can do I need to look at my list of messages and I need to find the one that has an ID that matches the current selected item. So I'm doing this would be amazing to do with link. So, right, I can't do a find on this. It's an array. JavaScript. How do I do an array search? I want to search for a key, yeah. Find index of an object by key and value in a JavaScript array, yeah. I'm going to end up doing a scroll to meet of enum. That's what I'm going to end up with. But I need to find the current one that's selected. And seriously? Array.sum? Is that a thing? When did... Dude. Okay. Find the message in the messages array with ID... Come on, Copilot. I hit Alt / to bring up the chat window. That cancel button is a lie. It doesn't work. And now I've got the spinning ring of patience. Why don't you just close for me? Really? Show me where it is. Show me where it is while Visual Studio does the Meposian Dance of Joy. Like, really? I always get a just-in-time debugger error. Always when I open Visual Studio Code now. Oh no, I want the current one. Oh no, I want the current one. I've not concluded my merge. I did. Fine. Go. Commit. Make it happen. Do the thing. And this is why I work at the command line. Okay. Updating Visual Studio Code? Oh, that's nice of you. Full Visual Studio doesn't want to respond. Yeah, I noticed you weren't responding. Do it again. No, don't report the problem. Just go. You're taking too long. 98% utilization. Really? I have been loving Immersed recently. I have been using the Immersed application so much. It has been an absolute joy to work with. I'd like to buy one of their visor devices coming out soon. I need to see it before I commit to buying one of those. There's a little bit too much uncertainty for me. And it's still running. Look at that. Where was I? I was over here looking at array prototype sum. Really? Yeah. To the left, inspect. To the left, to the left. Where was I? Yeah. Yeah. Identify a message in the messages array with ID equals cursor provider ID. And no, it's not going to do it. So now I'll bring up Chat Copilot. No, doesn't work. And now I'm in a dead zone again. Okay, I'd say that's broken. Yep. Copilot chat is broken. Alt// do not work. I'll be opening an issue later with that. But for right now, I'm trying to get this John done. Yeah, big ouch. That's in the preview version. I don't know if it works fine in the release version. So successfully authenticated GitHub Copilot. But don't use it because we will crash Visual Studio for you. And you will like it. Alright, so you were saying that we can do something like messages. Is it? I didn't think it was lower messages, is it? Yeah, it is. Can I? And it was some? Wow. All right. Message dot ID. Yeah. That's what we want. That's the John. If that's the current message. Oh, don't do var, do let. So now, watch this. Where is it? I'm right there. But when I go to add a message, that. And now this is a .NET object. So I can invoke method async. No, I'm not setting pause state. I'm on a moderation message, and I'm going to call set cursor focus false. Oh man, it's so good. Okay, remove active panel. What this does is it turns off moderation for the current panel if it's currently for the current message. And then pause the new content. So once I move so I've removed the so it's doing this forward to look to the left to try and find a element. So if we did find it, we can break out of this too. And if we set the current focus to false on the message, we know we're not showing moderation. So I can say show moderation false. To force it to disappear. I thought find would be what I would want. Yeah, find. First element. Yeah. Okay. So now that should do the left panel. I don't need that because I'm doing it inside this. And then pause new content. If we don't have one, go get the current. Yeah, so it was doing. Hang on. Man, this is confusing as hell. So at the bottom of this method, when it sets the new current, yeah. There it is. That's arrow down, arrow up. Okay. We're doing basically the exact same thing now for the right. Right, so here it is where it finds it. Right, I don't need to remove. I can exit because I found the element. Pause. Arrow up, same thing. Right, but I could probably consolidate and make these into... Yep, there was an extra equals, you're right, and I think we cleared it out. I think we got it cleared up. Time for lunch. No, this is not C++. This is a little bit of JavaScript and a lot of C#. Where was I? I was just scrolling aimlessly, and now I'm lost. I'm lost, damn it. Yep. Wait. Arrow right. Okay. Arrow up. Doing the navigating around to locate. If it is one, do that. We don't need to do that here or that because it is being done outside. There's that. We don't need to do that. That's to show the moderation panel. I'm going to comment that out for right now. And let's see how badly I did. Okay, the arrow keys aren't doing anything. There's a start. Tagged content is null. Well. Let tagged content equal document, blah, blah, blah. Put the keyboard up in there. Nope. Pause content for 5 seconds is not defined. Pause content for duration, that's why. Go find the next one. Ta-da! Reload that, John. Here we go. I think we're gonna get this, right? No. Pause content for 5 seconds on line 211. I thought I just did a find and replace on all of you. Close. You've been creating a Twitch bot as a vessel for, and look, my mouse over, yeah, now I've done it. You've been creating a Twitch bot as a vessel for your learning of C#. Cool. You have a working Twitch IRC client and an OAuth token generated in WinForms, but you hated the way it looked. So you're learning WPF and MVVM. That's nice. Okay. There are ways to make Windows forms look better. You can set a background image on a Windows form and get rid of the form altogether. That is doable. WPF is absolutely the better way to build and work with modern looking applications. What have I done? Well, when I Yes, show me where that thing is. Okay. Okay, that's actually navigating. But it's not putting the thing on it, is it? Oh no. I'm putting a class on something, but I'm not. I gotta do the thing, right? Yeah, it's rebuilding. So this should do it, or not. Plus, it's also lighting up the pause. Well, it did want to light up the pause button. Yeah, I know. Right, it's navigating me around, but it's not putting... It's not putting the cursor on anything. There it is. And it's supposed to put keyboard dash cursor on it. Right, so that it looks like that. So I'm telling it CSS classes add. No. What is that? Is that used anywhere? Or am I just fooling myself? It's not used anywhere. So I could just... And that's why it's not showing. There it is. There it goes. And I'm able to mouse around. And now I've hit that issue where I've pushed against the top and it's gonna kind of grind and go like, I don't know what to do, and it's spinning out of control. That was a big. Keyboard navigation working. Still need to do the bug fix. That when it bumps up against the top, and if there's nothing above it, that it doesn't try and go find stuff above it. I think it's not just an extract method. I think there's a bunch of repeat in here that we can consolidate, to be sure. Yeah. You had to build chat view and a WinForms out of an HTML document in a web browser element to show emotes with a link. Where in WPF you think that... So, it's just yogurt. Take a look at the web view component. That's a mini browser that you can embed, and you can set whatever HTML you want in there, and it will present properly. Take a look at that. Okay, so when I do arrow up, so it looks for the element from a point. If the element above is an article, stop. And then go work with that. Otherwise, it's going to try and scroll up. But if I'm at the top, and actually I don't have to do get element by ID tagged content, right? I have tagged content. I don't need to go get it again. But if I'm already scrolled to the top, what do we have? What are my options that are available to me there? There used to be a way to control click those. Can you generate images from a link in a list box? Yes. Yes, you can. You can insert an image component, and for the image, you can set a URL for the source. Yeah. Really? Is it return or is it break? I think we want to break there. It says hot reload of the static file. I'm going to reload just to make sure. Just to make sure. Okay. And if I press up, it breaks, but it kind of is stuck remembering that one. Oh man, we are so close to having this thing. Mod message, keyboard cursor, keyboard cursor, keyboard cursor. Wow. Well, that's a mistake. Let's go back over to moderation message. Take a look at the CSS classes. Instead of that being a list, we're going to make you a hash set. Why? Because it retains one of each type. Rebuilding. I think this will do it. I think this will do it. Totally, President Not Sure. Needs more keyboard cursors. But this should do it. Like, Talk about hitting the post. Sure, I could do that. Right? It's reloading because I updated the JavaScript. Okay. So I can scroll down, I can scroll up, and when it gets to the top one, we're good. What happens when we get to the bottom? We're good on the bottom also. Now, page up, page down doesn't work. That doesn't work. And we're off the screen, so it's not. Yo, we broke it because we scrolled. I'm gonna let that go. Bug fixes on keyboard nav. Because my thinking, if you're in keyboard nav, you're going to stay in keyboard nav and you're not going to switch to scroll. We can clean that up later. Darn it. You son of a gun! How do you up the... I would need to see your architecture to have a little bit more idea how to respond. Come on. Okay. Here, resolve and merge editor. What do we got? Oh, don't tell me you hit me on all the space. No, that's okay. I want current on this. Nothing's changed. No. And I moved that. I want current. Zero conflicts remaining. Good. Complete merge. All right. Let's take a look at GitHub. Love it. You use events for it? Ah, there you go. That says that it built properly, but that doesn't, so I don't trust either. Yeah, it's not done building. I'm not going to delete the web project yet because I still have the Playwright stuff that points to the web project. If I delete the web project, Playwright will break, so I'm not going to delete it just yet. But I want to make sure that this does build properly. It's not going to put the right project in the container either. Yeah, I think you're right about the carriage return line feed. Yep, unit test ran successfully. Done. Okay. Let's take a look at the build script, which isn't right there. I just had VS Code open too. There. So, thanks. Global JSON unit test, playwright test. I should just comment out the playwright tests for right now, but there's no way to comment out. I'm gonna let him go. Right, how do you comment in YAML? No. Down here, it calls into a Docker file that's on Tags App Web. Did I put one in Blazor? Did not. Come on, I want to ship this. It specifically reaches into the 8.0. I tried hash and it didn't look like it would comment. Right? Maybe I'm wrong. Ah, there we go. Okay. Hey, that works too. So for the image, doesn't need playwright. Docker login, Docker this, Docker that. Here, Docker, there, Docker. Oh, it is time for me to go. I do have a meeting. I'm going to park this for right now. I committed and pushed up my changes. So I feel good about that. I'm just about to ship. Once I get this Docker file updated, I am going to merge and close this and be done with our Blazor update. Let me see who we can raid out there on the big Twitch TV network. Get you connected to that's doing something else cool here on Twitch. Let's go join. We talked about the voice scripting earlier. Let's go raid our friend Code Rushed, who's working on doing transcription in Visual Studio. All right. Big thanks to everybody watching on YouTube, on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, check out other videos that I have just down here and off on the side. We've got another episode of C# in the Cards coming tomorrow. Stay tuned for that. I'll be back Tuesday next week. I might be able to sneak an episode in over the weekend. No guarantees. But look for me at least on Tuesday next week, all right? Have a fantastic rest of your day. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.